And hello everyone. It is. What is this doing? 7th already? 8th? Oh my god. Alright, let me continue. So let's see. The sound, first of all. Test. And everything is working. So today I can play till 10 PM approximately only. It gives me like something like 4 hours. So let's continue. Oh yeah, start right here. So, I think he was the killer, but I can be wrong. Anyway, he's definitely related, and I believe he actually is this meter mon. So, I don't know anything about that. The notice board. Just wipe my head on it, that's all. But if he's actually the killer, there's like too many things that he did wrong. So maybe it's not him, but he's related. So, you admit that it was the board you wiped your bloody hand on? Admit it? What's to admit it? The plainest day for all to see a smash and print of my right hand. Perhaps you wanted to hide that handprint. So you righted the notice board and pushed it into the corner, did you? No, imagine the weight of that great lump. Do I look like a powerful and well-nurtured man? Now, did you see anybody else moving the board? Oh, wait a second. The true killer placed portrait of his wife on the board. On the desk. Indeed, above this board. So he is framed, but in this case, why do you need to hide your identity? It was already, by the way, in the Agatha Christie book, maybe about Hercule Poirot. Totally the same when somebody was hiding their identity by changing their appearance, and in this book, in this novel, this person actually was not the killer, as I remember. Okay, well, did you see anybody else moving the board? I've got nervous so still, I can tell you, but even I have my limits. There was a body on the floor in front of me, and the Grim Reaper himself tender over it. And there was precious little light inside either. The bottom lip was all acquired. Well, in other words, this witness is unable to give definite testimony on that point. Yes, so it would seem. Well, don't look at me, I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time. When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks? Yeah, what else? There's a probably school just around the corner, see? Those cheeky little so-and-so have got a plan to blow the school to Kingdom Come. So I've been telling them, letting the teacher know what they're up to. Yep. Yeah, I wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, so I let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks of them. And then, praise the Lord again, the kids all come back to me to buy more. Everyone's happy, see? What a racket. And sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus to send me for letting them know. It's a busy old life. Selling explosives. Venus is a colorful goddess indeed. Well, telling bare-faced lies is kind of my thing, really. I'm also good at it. What is it? Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich? If I say that was, could we just leave it at that? Wouldn't that be the end of it? No. Did Miss Benno's statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Philosophical thoughts. Deep philosophical thoughts. Huh? Let's say there was a great liar. And that great liar said without batting an eye. Telling bare-faced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. What's worse? Of you be a lie too? Or the truth, in which case, she's not a liar. Wait a second, if you're saying sometimes liar, you're still a liar. No, it's hellish paradox, that one. Don't you think? No, I don't. It's like who is shaving someone who is shaving everyone who is not shaving themselves? There's no paradox to me. It's typical IT problem. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. So problem, of course. And it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying, are you? What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. And I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set them off. Let's give you something to tremble about. The sternly disturbing mind behind the sweet and innocent face, young lady. So, Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich? Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Can you elaborate, please, sir? Old blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshot seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him too. That's right. That's rotten liar over there. Do you mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all? What did I tell you, huh? I said I was good at telling barrel-faced lies, didn't I? Yes, you mentioned it. Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? You firecrackers packed such a punch. So you did indeed visit the stands again, did you, my lady? Good grief. Well, now you come to mention it. Suppose perhaps... I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room. Yeah. Say you clearly remember it, or you don't. Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurious act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth. Yes, my lord, of course. Maybe I did sneak along behind Gossip and have a little peek into the room where it all happened. You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus? Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, take everything I say with a big pinch of salt. Alright, but you didn't go to the room when the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you? Please, as if I would. Can't think of anything more terrifying. The truth, please. Well, alright, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know? Did you touch anything this time? Please, as if I would. I mean, there was... That's body on the floor. What the flies are doing here? A key. Sometimes them happen from nowhere and disappear. By the way, the one big mouse that flied on my stream from the right to the left, I still didn't find it. Just died somewhere here on the left. Despite that there's like just bare floor. Oh my god, it's still flying here. The truth, please. Alright, just a bit. Wait a second, it's time to get my tea, I think. Time. I need to constantly check it. Well, alright, just a bit then. Had a look to see if there was anything I could sell. So I did give the place a once over, but was nothing to write home about. So you was trying to steal something? So she maybe stole something? Right, now I hesitate to ask, but... You didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you? No, please, as if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I had. The truth, please. Well, alright, then I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So I blasted the flipping scene. Sorry, flipped the blasting scene. You telling us that you did move that board? Things that did slip out, didn't it? What? Tough burn bot. Don't believe it. The guild doesn't think. So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps? To sell? Please, I should be so lucky. In my imagination, it's the truth now. I might have found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose. But a bit of junk like this can be worth much if you ask. So it was you, was it? You're the one. What took it? Gina? Let me remind you where you are. That watch, sir. That watch a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case he solved 10 years ago. Professor case, no doubt. So we all figured out the time of this again. Because for some reason when somebody dies, the clock also rocked. I mean, watch. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. I see. Slap it off him once, and blame me was he upset. Give me a alright earful. That he earned me a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winning it. Man, the world to him that watched it. It's maybe not the best thing to do, damn it for them. It's not all that though. I took it to Chase that night and asked how much it was. It was worth, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. He gave me a penny for it, said it wasn't working, looked about and worthless, he called it. You should have lifted it. That watch must be submitted as evidence at once. Please, just so long as you promise to give it back when we are done. Not a chance. Swap it from, if you try to get your grabby mitts on it again. That's enough. Hand the watch to the bailiff, forcefully. No, children, watch your manners. Good lord. The glass appears to be broken. Most unlikely it shattered when the inspector was shot. It doesn't tick anymore, either. Which is why James didn't want it. What a waste, huh? Isn't it? It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5. Exactly when the gunshot was heard then. Which supports the prosecutor's claim, of course. But if they change the time... Well, it would appear that the mystery of the movie Nightsport has been solved at least. Let's check the clock. The glass on the face really is badly cracked. Look. Surely the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully. Much Mr. Holmes could repair, don't you? Yes, I should think so. He's very adept at things like this. Useful man to have around, in fact. Kindly remember that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruhodon, not a odd job man. But what happened to this? There's a tiny little stuff sticking out from this small hole here, look. Suppose there must have been a little knob or something on that for setting the time. In that case, seeing as we know, Inspector took such good care of this watch, probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it? Yes, of course. Which could mean that there's a small part of the watch still at the stand. Maybe. Or somewhere else. There's a tiny little keyhole here, can you see? Yes, it's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism. It looks a little unusual, don't you think? Yes, it needs just the right key to win it, I imagine. Well, we know what is this key now. I thought initially it's from the clock, but not this one. Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Something a bit like a key that's about the right size to fit in this clock. It would be wonderful if we had the key. Let's check carefully or what we already found. Should I check this key and use it on this clock for some reason? Or maybe if they win it, it will work, so it shattered not at this time when it stopped. Wait a second, it stopped not at the time it was shattered. How is this Sharon person appears to be a little worse of a brown? They're speaking about the same, but it was not checked, so just keep it. Is there something new after this? Mrs. Sister, do you think perhaps this key could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch? Yes, it could be. Let's try it at once, there's not a moment to lose. It will work, isn't it? Yes! I knew it, a perfect fit. And look, the Inspector's watch has started going again. So it has obviously just not been wound up, that's all. What does it mean, Susato? Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications. She's deep in thought now. Perhaps I'd better start thinking deeply too. Still, take care again. Alright, this one is done. Okay, well, it appears that the mysterious amount iceberg notice board has been solved at least. And as predicted, it had very little bearing in the case. Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please, Consul. Let's see, maybe let's think of her. Don't know anything about anything, just a beast hunter. Let's see one more time. Not sure. But you did go to see what had happened in the room, didn't you? Fresno Street is my whole world. It's all I know, and I know all of it. I have to make it my business to know if I want to hold my sign up high. So you did go to see what had happened. It's not the destination that's important, it's how you get there, isn't it? Do you notice the notice board in this room? If you think about it, we are both the same species, aren't we? Both different members of the Cyan family. So if I'd spoiled it, I might have tried to tip it up out of a sense of rivalry, I admit. Rivalry. Someone really needs to tell you that you're Homo sapiens, not Homo science. Does it mean that you didn't notice the board? And only repeats what I said before. I don't know anything about anything, I'm just a bystander, just a sign at the crossroad of life. In which case, just who was responsible for moving the notice board? It was the Tripper, I bet. He's got a fence that screams port. What exactly do you mean by that? Oh, come on now, don't tell us. You not noticed, he looks like he hates everything in the world, that fellow. But not notice board, they're the one things he likes. You can see it in his eyes. Can't say I'd ever noticed. Tell you once and for free though. I never took my eyes off that man on the floor. Or the Reaper, not for a second. Sorry. Well, I was that scared I couldn't. You never know what a fiend like that might do if you look away, do you? If you didn't take your eyes off the defendant, you should be able to confirm categorically whether or not he was the one who moved the notice board. I said I can, the Reaper did nothing of the sort, I can swear to that. I couldn't have missed it if he had haved the scene upright again and dragged it into the corner. Alright, glad we cleared that up. What happened to the face that screams bored? Feel your pain, Cosmo. Can't see how this changed anything anyway, the detective still dead when we heard the gunshot. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon that you all heard the loud bang, wasn't it? Still no place inside. Maybe the notice board fell, or maybe it didn't. Maybe I fell over, or maybe I didn't. The Reaper's fate is sealed easily because of that gunshot we all heard. So your fate is sealed too. My fate? That's right, the defense is fated to lose. And the prosecution to win. In other words, it all hinges on that single gunshot. So if I could just find some problem with that part of the story, maybe possible to change all our fates? Of course, none of that changes the fact that I heard what I heard, does it? Not much to go on. As you pointed out, Mr. Naruhodo, There's no question that the notice board was moved, so somebody must have done it. And it happened after the event, so maybe Kazuma is right and it's not relevant to the case. But it seems to have been deliberately positioned so as to hide the body from you. So I feel sure that there's some deeper significance to all of this. Yes, I know what you mean. I have no doubt there are more clues to be uncovered. You're on the right track, I can feel it. So follow your instincts. Right then? Okay, what can I provide? What do you have in first place? So, pocket watch that are actually not broken. Photograph, firecrackers. Also like a gunshot. No, we can provide it. Notice boards, crime scene, autopsy. I don't know anything about that. The notice board, just have my hand on it, that's all. Maybe I did sneak behind gossip and have a little peek on the room where it all happened. Don't know anything about anything, just a bystander. It was the tripper a bit, he's got a face that screams words. And I can't see how this changed anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot, so it definitely was not a gunshot, but how can I prove it, for example, by showing this? I can't, it's wrong. Alright. Definitely they heard these crackers, but... should I press to something at the beginning and see the difference? It's nothing about this one. It was nothing really, just little porking. It's not so little implication, something new by the way. Did you know everything in the world apart from the truth is a big fat lie? What? If you believe that, of course. No. I'm lost. As am I. This separation of the truth is really rather disturbing. I think we should move on to the next witness, huh? There's nothing special about it. So I know how to lie. Okay, nothing special about this. So you're saying I don't know anything about anything? Nothing special again. Okay, this statement was the trigger. So... okay, so it's last statement, this one. I can't see how this changed anything anyway, but what can I present here? Data still died when we heard the gunshot. He died not when you heard the gunshot. Well, I doubt that it's the clock. It's the clock. I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. Winder, maybe. Winder. A key. And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. See, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built. What? Order! What's console? The watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock. Yeah, which is just when we heard that gunshot. It is exactly on the hour. The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock. Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. So that's obviously when this crime was committed. No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the bar to come. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. When the world to him, that watch did. The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he dies as well. Yes, that would be entirely reasonable, but if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day. How to explain it? In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in the room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. You can't mean? What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead. Order! Also, that is the most extraordinary claim. Extraordinary isn't the word, it's absurd. The claim he was already dead the night before. Do you really think that Scotland Yard coroner would have overlooked something like that? But Scotland coroner didn't specify the time of death. There's no time of death here. Well, on that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. The time of death is not noted. That's right. Wait a minute, you're forgetting that my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in. What do you mean? Like I said, I planted my hand on a dirty, great puddle of blood. Yes, so the victim's blood hadn't dried, it was fresh. He catches on fast, doesn't he? But that blood could be explained in any numbers of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured over... Over what? Over the victim's body after he... Just my learned friend. I learned again. Think that fresh blood is available on every street corner? Actually, yes, you can buy a pig, for example, use pig's blood. Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human. All is currently being researched. At present, you're correct. It's beyond our abilities. Beyond your abilities. So then, a chicken blood could have been used, for example. It's only a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all. But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it, though? What? Even said, the time of death of the victim has already been called into question. It isn't beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all. Oh, please, what are you trying to say? Not know what we heard, and it was a loud bang that came from that their room. It's now you listen to me. Street seller's earth, his livelihood. I don't doubt your earth, sir, but all you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise. Explain yourself then, Consul. A noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with... Finally. Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot. Precious. The very fireworks that are saw by the witness? Hold on a minute, are you saying I did it? The pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway, see? Not 100 of them together. The Venus specials. Specials that you sell for 600 pennies. Sounds like this. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot in fact. Trying to suggest that somebody set one of those fireworks off at the scene? I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for these peddlers on Fresno Street to Herald. But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or firecracker, the only person present to cause that bank was Kuluk01's. One if of a mush and my firecrackers go pop. See? It's why people like them. Fair for your fingers, young lady. Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb. Heavens, a bomb? Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like. Hold on. I worry that you unfortunate phrase in there may lead to yet another international incident. Wait, it's the whenever you like part that's important. A time device? Yes, exactly, a time device. Something of that nature would have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left. An extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, Counsel. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that a time device was employed to create a gunshot sound? Wait a second, it can't be the clock. The clock? What do you have as well? Well, I can show the clock, but... let's show it. Suggestion this could have been used as some sort of time delay device? I didn't think so, my lord, but it's becoming increasingly clear that we've all been very misguided here. Yes, by you. What? Now, Console, the time has come for penalties of delay. Oh my god. Okay, it was not the clock. No time to clear the area before the blast. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that a time device was employed to create the gunshot sound? Do you really have the proof of, well, definitely not the clock. Let's see. Cannot say anything here. Cannot say anything here as well. Not this, of course. How the split can help? As I remember, the gun was cold, but so what? This is notification. Maybe nothing special. Oh my god, the time device. No, it's not this one. Candelabra. As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in this candelabra has been blown off. Indeed, because it was struck by the bullets, which presumably passed through the victim. I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible? Why? Because of the scorching. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle. There are? Goodness, yes. But is it not the case that there was also scorch on the victim around the bullet entry wound? That's right, there was. But as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. Which means that the scorching on the candle can possibly be a result of a gunshot, suggesting it came from the fireworks? Can that be, huh? It's fact that there's such visible scorch on the candle, what I was actually talking yesterday, suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put it another way, the candle firecrackers were joined together. Culprit somehow touched the firecrackers at a point partway down the candle. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burned down along with the other two. I wonder if it's really possible to do it like this. Eventually, it ignited the fuse of the firecracker, generating a loud bang. Well, if you make a hole in the candle and attach its part to what is this? I don't know English word for it. Anyway, and that is how fuse maybe. These three witnesses came to believe they heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. Well, what a plot. And this implies that the victim could have died earlier than we've been led to believe, the previous day even. No, just hold your horses! Oh, Sloan here saw the victim going into the building, remember? Can be anyone else. I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair even if I wanted to. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Obviously, anybody can wear a wig. So the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely wearing the red hairpiece. Someone else? Do you mean to say? It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson Killer. Oh, very impressive, Rinsky. Naruhodo. Kazuma? I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of great defense layer? Also noted the lack of time of death in this report as stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired. Order! Prosecutor Asugi, what on earth do you mean by that statement? And that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today. So we cannot allow even the slightest stuff to be overlooked. The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is just conjecture. But also the possibility exists that my learned friends may be correct. You have a duty to explore it. Well, certainly I would agree with you. And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing and where did he go the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard. Within the yard? However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, it's fairly apparent that he is the man was pursued. Wouldn't you, my learned friend? I do have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating. Yes, I agree. Surely. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death. Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court. What evidence is suggested of the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident? This one? But why? I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. We might assume it was part of a death task used to carry out an undercover investigation. Sure, not such a brightly colored hairpiece. It only served to make the inspector more noticeable. Yes, that's quite true. To definitely have made him stand out in a crowd. Except that he is in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League. Red-Headed League? So you already worked it out. What on earth is this all about? Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen? The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception. Deception of what nature, counsel? They've been targeting red-headed men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for their misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once. 2 redheads? Inspector Gregson very infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece, if it was his, basically. So it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. It's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events. I concur that we cannot, in good conscience, leave this new avenue unexplored. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry, for us at least. The prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Being these two red-headed conspirators before me, Prosecutor Asagi. At once, my lord. Very good, we will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned. To be continued already? Will I be able to finish this episode today? Who knows? There you are, Odo. What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Holmes, Gino. You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gino. As was I, possibly more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Holmes. But I was more shocked than all of you put together. It's the auto-report equation, is it? Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death note. Suppose those a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Oh dear. Is it was deliberate? Puts me in mind of the last case we worked on, and Dr. Shizu. And anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord 16 discarded his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them. And was think of it. You had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Holmes? You were taken by their trick. No. Actually, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly 4-pound income. And the scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. The criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? Mr. Holmes' suit, I mean. That's right, sis. It was me what took them in. Thanks to a tip-off by a good, law-abiding citizen. £4 per week. Nowadays it's like 4,000 pounds? What, 1,000? Because for them it's a lot. Indeed, yes, truly. It's going to be as that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? How would the inspector have been investigating them? Well, a likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth-hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly 4-pound income. To turn him with the same brush as you, Holmes. Yes, well... Then, that's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord 16 for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord 16, and Kazuma. And so he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today? Hello, Venom. The name was super short. All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, therefore. And despite that I start playing this earlier, I will finish at... Wait a second, what time is it right now? 3 hours approximately, or maybe 4. It depends on. His success will be over very shortly. Yes, you're right. To understand how Red-Headed League is connected to all of this, very strange. Castle was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial. He was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it that he'd hoping to make me see, I wonder? I get the feeling we are a long way from the end of this trial yet. Are you ready then, Miss Susato? Yes. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, hereby declare this court to be in session again. There is no the closed court head of Kuluk01's, a present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Asagi, alert. Will you summon the witnesses as requested? Yes, the two members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage. Very good. Leave. Usher the two men into the courtroom. These two men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I am Fabian de... What? Rousseau? Descendant of the Great, the Rousseau family from Nice and France. And my name is Pepino de Rossi? I'm the third son of the greatest family in the Rossi and the land owners from Napoli. The two men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. Those who graduate from Temsik are the future leaders of Europe. But do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Alas, I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little gray cells of my brain. That is all I'm trying to do. So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out. No? You could say that. Not by you. He had the grand ideals, but the petty plans. This strange combination is the charm that killed hilarious brothers. Think about. Listen to me, baby now. I have two things to say to you. Huh? Are you about to tell me one of your grunty anecdotes? What is their accent? First, I want you to stop calling me this couple. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. It's serious business. That is, the couple's travel cards and forward bro. It's deep, huh? The photo and the meaning of your words. The girl has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, they have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true? Yes. And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you plan to defraud? Lords, I will explain it. Nogaba, leave it to me. As you see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? It's cool we were teased for this without pity. The couple here was many times behind the schoolhouse, ran like the Trevi Fountain. Stonks, one day the world will respect us, redheads. Every night he would bury his head. Wait a second, why do you stop it? In his pillow and weep for the injustice. Lesbian, Pepina, enough, I will explain the rest. The first step was a newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, titled "To the Red-Headed League." I'm honored that you have seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair. That if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. The date specified red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at a park specified in the advertisement, and from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. With the money to friends. Was the plan most elegant, no? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. Park was described by one witness as shaped with red-headed folk like a coster's orange barrel. And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Usually, these two men spoke face to face with every single person present that day. Wait a second. The day on which all these men gathered? The day before the victim was discovered. I've seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see in the rest of my life. And now, every time I see the couple's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have you been summoned here today? Sorry? The date of our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told. Sure, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. I've only been shown this photograph. Very good. So, Mr. De Rosa and Mr. De Rossi, Rousseau, you will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph. Of course, we are always ready to help with the law. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assemble in the park on the Lime Street that day. Don't recall the man in this photograph, couple? No, I don't remember him. Obviously, he is dead now, but I assure you, he was not in the park. Laura, this victim is nothing to do with us. You have a lot to answer for, but you know, it is your fault that we got caught in the first place. So they're not related? Given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present, can you be certain? Quite certain. We did not interview this man. Nobody looking like this came to the park, this I can promise. It must be noted that you have been arrested for grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances. This attitude, you get nowhere. It's really assaulting now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. Records an entry of the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. Reads, Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover. What? I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event at the park on the day in question. It's ridiculous. no question that Inspector Gregson was instigating the red-headed league, which means it's quite possible that when he was killed. Very well, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination now. Yes, my lord. Strange, very strange. Now here let's press every statement. 1,000 people, that's a very big crowd. It was quite a spectacle. Red hats had come from all over the capital. See, the couple here, he had the magnetismo animal limb. Nobody else could attract so many people. It could be, if I could be born again, I would be in the couple. All those people want the money, Pepina, the £4 per week. Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants? Oh, that we did, because every one of them paid us 5 shillings. Take their names, and we take their money, and we take their addresses as well. And tell them we take us some days to let them know by a post. Finito, maybe 2 minutes a person. Start early in the morning and we stop late in the night. So you earned 5,000 shillings in one day? It's a small fortune. Would have thought there were 1,000 such valuable red hats in London to start with. One of whom was a great detective, with chemically altered hair. It doesn't look at all familiar. No, I don't think so. And this is a week, huh? He was trying to trick us. I do not like the people who are trying to trick the other people, said the con artist. Between them, they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair. Between them. It would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face. No, senor. I may be small, but my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park. He's not going to give the card a definite sense. You don't see a man like this, huh? No, I don't remember him. But according to what you've said, you spoke with 1,000 more people that day, Breakfast? Oh yeah, it's a morning for you. And second, good luck. What, it will be hard? According to what you said, you spoke with 1,000 more people that day. That's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day. Should I say you can't actually remember every single face? How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? Remembering the red hair is very distinctive, huh? But not when you have 1,000 red heads crowding around. Then it's just an eyesore. Well, if you check this photo with him, not like Sherlock, he did not color all his facial hair, so it was kinda obvious and noticed that he's fake. But if there was some other information you could give us, maybe then we would recall. Other information? It's not the line, Pepino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, huh? If there was a man with some red hairpiece, but his mustache didn't match the color, then I do not think I could have forgotten him. As I was saying, these two had only been shown that photograph and they'd been told nothing else at all. But what if I fed them just one other detail about the victim, for example? His fish and chips. can certainly appreciate that you just know the man hatred her wouldn't help you remember in this situation. But what if I told you that the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? You remember a man who was eating incessantly? Not really, I was looking only at the heads of the applicants. I would have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar and smoked salmon. Oh, spaghetti. You love the spaghetti. Really, I had no idea. Now tell me again what you said before moving on. Say it again. Something is nothing to do with us. But we only have your word for that. See, but what else can we do, huh? True. We're not having much fun these days. Just be arrested and we are shown the horrible picture of a dead man, and now you question every single thing we say. We are the victims here. Hey, Carol? No, you were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people. And to bring it up, it's not fair. Huh, Carol? Okay, let's ask about something else. Okay, his profession. Let's try the name first. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man hatred her wouldn't help you remember in this situation. But what if I told you that the man's name was Gregson? The man in the photograph is Monsieur Gregson? Yes. Names are boring. I did not listen to any of them. It was not a real interview. It was just a show. Why would I remember the names? Why? That's right, this changes nothing. The man in the photograph was not there, as we have already said. I see. Seems there's a little to be gained from pursuing this point further. Alright. So professional. It's kind of very important information. What's he saying? Alright. Okay, his profession. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man hatred her wouldn't help you remember in this situation. But if I told you the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective? The man in the photograph a detective? Yes. To appear, he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Incognito? Sorry, but this changes nothing. What about Holmes? Something to add, Mr. De Rossi? I'm always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? What did he just say? About the detective? Yes, that... You must shut up, baby. You have said enough already. But why, Cabo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from Scotland Yard. What? Good lord. The order explains this bold face in your testimony witness. It's simple, a man who was at the park said to us that he was an inspector. There was no such man. What do you think, Kappa? Have you forgotten? I have forgotten nothing. Nobody like this came to the park. Basta, Kappa, basta. You beat me at many things, but not two, the memory and the meals. You said, when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is a faster. But you inferior to me in every other way, so shut up. Turn, the damage is done. Indeed it is, sir. There was a man who came to the park and he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. How can you be so sure? Because, to start with, his face was completely different. See, it's true. It's true. The man who came was a younger. His face was a clean shave. His eyes were sadder. His chin was thinner. No semblance whatsoever then. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you're really a detective, show us the proof. To see in the copper hair, he doesn't take a no-nonsense sign. But he was well prepared, he said. He had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification? This was inconvenient. Sorry, my lord. Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question. Definitely, why would he expose his true identity? Clearly, the papers were fake. Capo, you're a genius. As we say in Italian, it takes a thief to recognize another, right? And what happened after he announced that he was a detective? He became very annoying. He said, you're under investigation. And demand money, what? So I took his paper from him and chased him out of the park. It was fantastical. Really will get new evidence. And look, here's the identification. So you stole it from the man? He had it coming. He made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was. Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence. I like them. Let's check it. Now let's return to the witness testimony. Metropolitan Police warrant card? What? Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's indication looks like inside, without any photos maybe. Of course. No photo. Whatsoever. ID 987? Do you remember something like this number? No. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? This is Tobias Gregson, I cannot see. And this Scotland Yard insignia. It's genuine to me. But how? And the department indication number details are all correct as well. Since when have you known those? Do you mean to say? I know it seems incredible, but yes. I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. Strange. But that's unbelievable. That is the real thing after all. Somebody found it and used it? And no, he didn't demand any money? Why? What is the point in all this? Cannot see the point. Strictly has nothing to do with us. Should I present this paper right now? Let's press the last statement. To this or this. What do you mean by that? Come on. You promised not to say, huh, Kappa? After we had taken all the money of the day, we should have left the country. That's my plan. I left the them all the tickets for the ferry to Dunkirk to my companion her. But he bought them for the wrong day. See, but it's an easy mistake to make, huh? The 31st. I have no sympathy for you. We're on and whole day late for the boat because of your stupidity. It's not only because of this. That's a so-called great red-headed detective Kutas. You know what I think? It's a work of God. It's a holy punishment. But now, for the last time, this is not holy punishment. It's wholly your fault. Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You're making me sick with anger. Maybe I make a mistake, but when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is faster. I've seen the evidence. They haven't told us much we didn't already know. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, if it was in the inspector's diary, it seems likely that he must have gone to Lime Street that day. And yet, these two boss claims they didn't see him. I have to say, they don't appear to be telling lies. Well, they're experts in deception, don't forget. Sounding possible is a specialty. Maybe a line simply to avoid their being implicated in this case as well. Sure, if they were truly experts in deception, they wouldn't have been caught. Well, yes, you do have a point there. Seems to me like we need more information. Definitely. Wait a second, I can't finish it. So I must present this document? I wonder if you could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade. Why Miss Lestrade? What is your intention here, Counsel? Is this really fake, or is it genuine? That's the question which we can't answer ourselves. Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen. Identification. That is the boss. No question about it. It can't be. As I suspected, the undercover detective attended the red-headed league's enrollment on the day in question. Was the real Inspector Gregson carrying out an incognito investigation? In this case, why he showed his education? It can be the real one. Someone stole it? Found it? Very strange. Very strange indeed. Order! If the boss had his education stolen, he would report it straight away. He was not able to do this because he was dead? I mean, he was always on at me about it. If he lost somewhat, reported it once, he'd say. Could be then that the inspector was physically unable to report it. Physically? Huh? What are you saying? Unable to? You're not suggesting? Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification stolen. No. Order! The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that? No, nothing. No, nothing. We have to get the puppy now. So, you can behave a little more like a master criminal than said, no? I wish I had returned to Italy. Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise Stop your whining and start talking. Well, I believe the court will need to hear your story considerably. What was saying? Greater detail. I know nothing, I don't know nothing. But you will tell everything or find the worst possible outcome. You'll dry your eyes and testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them. Crying out loud. The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hideout? What? I can't believe this. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day just in case. Documents identification from him and shutter him in the room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm. And the next morning we let him go. Spend the night in a nice room. It was nothing like prison, really. Really? This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man? No, sir, no. It's not like a prison. It was a very comfortable and a calm and a heavy. A couple? Can't believe this. It was never part of my plan. I swear it. So you think it was my fault? Just because I got the date of the ferry wrong? By one little day? Do you think it was your fault, Pamela? I know it. I know it. No, fair, Cabo. It's not fair. I shall have plenty of time to squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen. I can't believe this. How could he have been a real detective? Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. So on the day before the incident, Alexei spent the night confined in his parents' hideout. Nice. Very nice. Okay, I'll take a pause here 1 minute. Let me save, just in case. It is. Be right back. And back. So, well, pressing again, non-stop. Do you realize what you're saying? You have to believe me, I never intended for that to happen. And I'm sure the detective did not intend it either. Listen. But there was nothing else I could do. Nothing else? This was a first crime for the couple. He was at the end of his wits. I've told you before, Pevina, that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind. About the hideout of yours? An old empty house behind the park on Lime Street. We rented the place for 2 days. It was an inspired idea by the couple here. An impulsive idea, I would say. No, not impulsive, inspired. A couple? You're supposed to say it to that, Pepino. It was in the house described that you confined Inspector Gregson, was it? But you have to remember, I was under the impression that he was a pretender, not a real inspector. It doesn't quite add up, so if you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there? No, you're right, but we couldn't be completely certain. Two skirts. Why? Because why had he come to the park? He didn't know. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan. And if that was the case, he would go straight to the police station to blow the whistle on us. And he was just pretending to be an inspector. He was up to no good, without a doubt. I think most people would agree that it's you two who were up to no good. Well, you may be right. Oh, couple. The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. That's why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner. What I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show his indication in the first place. Ask myself the same question. We're writing down the names and addresses of all the people who we took 5 shillings from the day. Forgotten what name he said, but the address, it startled me. Address, Scotland Yard, Homicide Division, he said. What? Probably didn't like your face, but I don't know. Anyway, I was not rude, I just politely asked him why he said that. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identifications. It was Inspector Gregson playing it. Does it hurt what happened next? You took him back to your hideout, you say? We did? That's been this indication book here, correct? And that is the one? I'm going to believe that it was a forgery. I've never seen a real one, of course. But he was so suspicious. This someone. Laura was thinking, must be false, no, couple? Just as Pepina has said. We're convinced it was not Janine. And so together, the hilarious brothers, we took the man captive. All we did was shove him inside a locked room. And we made preparations to transport all of the money. In for a penny, in for a pound. What do you mean by a little tussle exactly? It was nothing, just a minor incident. False inspector, he was a real piece of the work. What happened? It was a disaster. We give him a nice room, and what does he do? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilator? Can you blame him? We chased him, and we caught him again. Can you blame us? Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your house, haste, did you? What do you think we are? Of course not. I simply caught hold of him again and took him back to the room. Mr. DeRossi, is something wrong? Me? Something, Mr. DeRossi. So, just say it seemed to make you... well, it seems to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was that all about? At times like that, you don't wanna have the cup after you, believe me. I speak from professional experience. Personal experience? It is enough, baby, now. There's no need to say more. The truth is, the night before we put the red-headed leak plan to action, I was scared. That's not fair, the kappa, but I tried to run away. It's a shame you didn't manage it. But the kappa here, he came after me like the turbine, huh? And struck me back to the house, kicking and screaming. Still have the bruises to prove it. How, kappa? Bruises, you say? I know now who was the inspector. You wanna see? You wanna see my fantastical bruises? Well, it's kinda obvious. That's enough now, puppy. No one wants to look at any part of you. What to do? Show you or don't. Show you or don't. You do. No! If everybody wants to see, then we'll do it. Girl, you see, it's still very visible, huh? That red ring around your neck? You got it when you were dragged back to the house? Papa, sometimes he's already wrong. Since it's enough. The snack is nothing to do with what we are talking about here. You are my word, have. Yes, what is your opinion, Council? About this red ring around Mr. DeRossi's neck, I wonder, does it matter? Of course, it's very important. Mr. DeRossi, I'm going to have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark on your neck. You see? Everyone is interested in what I say, huh? Very well, you will amend your testimony as requested, Mr. DeRossi. If you really want to know. Trying to escape, but the cop put a collar on him and dragged him back. What he did to me, see? Collar? Are you saying that the red mark was caused by a big collar made from the leather? A leather collar? Is this true, Mr. DeRousseau? What? I had St. Bernards at home when I was younger. The souvenir from that time is a very strong chain. A strong chain? And you put it around your friend's neck? I'm sorry, I was so angry that he was leaving me alone. Did not have to tie the chain to the leg or the bed, so I would not have tried to run again. You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you? The people's like equal. Think about here, motor. It's starting to sound a lot more like a prison of all of a sudden. Okay, if who was his name? Oh yeah, Mitterman was really a criminal, he would never do something like stupid. Taking this identification and going to the park, isn't it? Why did he do this? Why? To get an alibi, maybe? I don't know. Like a prison, all of a sudden. The couple is tough, but the couple is rough. I shouldn't have done it. So, the following morning, when you released, the inspector had the red ring around his neck, just like me. Siluplia, leave it now. This one I know how to pronounce. Now you know, huh? The cover here. You don't wanna tangle with him. But for the inspector, it's not so bad. Should I present something now? Like there's nothing on his neck. Or should I present something else? Can provide only evidence, right? I'll provide this. And see. So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was homely. However, he discovered that there's one glaring inconsistency that remains. What inconsistency is this, Counsel? Would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. You will see that there's no red ring visible around his neck. But that makes no sense. It was me who took the color of the man in the morning, and I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have. Given that the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, expect to see bruises on the victim, who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. De Rossi. That is was peculiar. But what I tell you, huh? Saying this from the beginning, many times. Maybe I know it's right, the man in the photograph is someone different to the man who held captives that night. Order! It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street, posing as an incognito inspector, was not Inspector Gregson at all. Is it true? How do you explain the inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the red-headed leak, his diary for the day. Surely means we can divorce the two events completely. The inconsistency noted by the defense is more troubling. It were the real Inspector Gregson who these two red-headed gentlemen encountered. The fact that no bruising can be around his neck defies explanation. But equally, if they actually encountered them an impostor, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification? Does the defense have some plausible explanation, Counsel? Also, the file's explanation is for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes on the court record, Mr. Naruhodo, because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie. No, the facts can't lie. In a way, they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park with the red-headed leak's involvement is revealed by information in the court record, I believe. Ashes. Very Tantalizing, Mr. Narcodo. So why don't you help us? All to see, but tell the truth it is that you apparently seen. Who exactly was this inspector? They appeared before Mr. De Rossi. An impostor? This all seems incredible, I admit. The undeniable facts points to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who this steward had that man took prisoner, that they cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time. On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim next, so the question immediately posed next is: who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson identification? That's alright, we tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the couple dragged him from a pillar to a post with the dog collar. That was not so harsh as you say, huh? So, who was that false inspector? Kubuski. Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man. These two imprisoned that night. Must ask the counsel of the defense to elaborate post haste. Who did the witness encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson? This one? That's me, isn't that? One of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passers-by. What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's indication papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not? What has happened to his lip? Say, this man is not for the red-headed league, huh? He's looking for the twisted lip leaguer, because he had no lip at this time. Yes, rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. Seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. What if actually I showed him another photo at this time? Simply failed, maybe. During his testimony earlier, I noticed something around the man's neck, a red ring of bruising. What? The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand. Order! Bailiff, bring the aforementioned witness back into the courtroom. Immediately. What, he ran away already? No. Well, I never. An undeniable ring of bruising, indeed, and identical to that of the witness beside him. Now, what's going on here? I've always had this. Me, it's a birthmark, isn't it? A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been called to the stand has been explained to you. Somewhat about an inspector again. But I'm telling you, got it all wrong as usual. You're denying all knowledge of it? Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense now? Well, at least you'll have more stories to pile back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. De Rousseau and Mr. De Rossi, sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Have any choice? We're in big trouble, huh, couple? That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with that testimony. The man who claimed to be an inspector today was definitely not this man. Is right, so? You think you would forget these grand leaps, huh? Never leave Preston Street, alright? Have no interest in any red-headed clique. And all alone the world, me? Have no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me. Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this? It would suddenly appear that we have the wrong man. Have I been telling you? Huh? There was no need for this pointless testimony. That's right, I'm just a simple peddler, remember? Preston Street's all I know. How would I have come by police inspector's identification book, huh? Well, yes, it's hard to explain, but... brief cross-examination, I think, Consul. Very brief. Isn't there anyone on this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo. Let's see. Not this one. Grand Leap. This is definitely on the line. Okay, let's press on his statement. No. So, you'd heard of the Red-Headed League, had you? Don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, huh? It's my business to know what's going off in town. I saw that tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got sandwiched to call up for it. Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows? But as you can see, my own hair's not got a hint of red in it. In any case, Preston Street's my patch. Won't catch me sidling off to some other part of town. No sir, not likely. Mr. Drusso. Oh, can I help you? Did Mr. Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park. Small house or something. To be the headquarters of your red-headed league, yes? I visited an housing agent on Lime Street and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What? Mr. Gossip is a housing agent? He had some kind of contract in his hand, and they were clearly discussing terms. No, you're mistaken, John. No left Preston Street me, like I said before. You've mistaken me for someone else, someone with the same face. No, makeup is right, I remember it too. It was a paying the man with a banknote. His notes? Like I said, that wasn't me. I was curious why this man in the dirty clothes had so much money. So look at the name on the papers. And what name was written? Mr. Gossip? No, this man, he lies. He tells you that he's no name. But in fact, his name is Boone, huh? It's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, so. I'm a peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Preston Street, and that's that. I don't much like for talking about my personal life. Indeed. And it is not the intention of the court to invade their privacy of witnesses. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be deducted from all court records of this trial, assuming no objections. I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned is a very deep significance to this case. Precious, do you similarly object? Prosecutor asked again. As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. But never in what capacity? Boom. The name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. By the way, he could simply say that he saw this Gregson and Gregson actually ordered him to do this. And he worked undercover as well, like an informer. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Well, alright. I suppose that might be the case, So, your real name is Hugh Boone? Definitely not. Well, just between us, I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but there's no funnier peddler of tidbits in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a falling down backstreet townhouse. You know? And once every 6 months I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. I remember now. There were 2 vulgar red's heads in there last time. Each of us is a vulgar. It's not a me. Sing again, Pepe now. Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you already. Don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbits peddler, as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss. We will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. If I must. So, the leaseholder, Scotland Yard, has been looking for since the body was discovered. Has been here under our noses all along. We're in the room where that fellow was found, it's true. For what difference it makes? So, you live in that room, presumably, do you? No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk. Then, why would you want to rent it? Well, I don't think I should have to say, really. Then how about the notice board on there? Which was cut from top to bottom, confidential documents only the police should have had access to. No, that board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. It's only the other bits and bobs that belong to me. The desk and the chair and that. People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there in your room? Well, obviously I've not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest. Seems to me that Mr. Boone, would try to say as little is known about his room as possible for some reason. Yes, it does come across that way. And more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. Particularly, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. It's how finally going to undo this, man. So what about this? What difference that makes? And what do I have? Okay, nothing about this. Well, of course I need to press on other statements. Okay. You mean you have no family? No, none at all. So I spend my days on Fresno streets, peddling tidbits to passers-by. Hoping just between us, this is that eventually someone else with lips like mine will come along. Don't think so. You'll be right. Anyway, that mark on your neck is just too much of a coincidence for us to ignore. Well, what's a fella to do, man, huh? If you don't believe me, we are at an impasse. There's nothing I can do but flick me lip. Looks like I'm not going to get anywhere unless I can produce some proof. The basic is saying I got dressed up and posed as some fancy inspector, aren't you? Well, it's beyond me how you think I could do that. Maybe you could say with a mustache or a beard to cover up that lip. Yeah, perhaps. But if I was going to stick some fake facial hair on to cover up this fine specimen, I'd end up looking like his lordship over there, couldn't it? Pardon? I assure you my lips are entirely unremarkable, and I would ask you not to cast such scrupulous looks in my direction, Consul. Sorry, my lord. My imagination got the better of me, though. Inspector Gregson did wear a mustache, of course. You're right, he did, so perhaps he was hiding something himself? He barely have hidden a crumb in a mustache of that size. And anyway, the detective spoke. Miss had no facial hair at all. Cowboy is right, he was a clean shaven. Suddenly seems beyond the realms of possibilities that this witness could have discussed himself as the victor. Because he already discussed. It does and it is. Does. The extent of the testimony, is it? What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, what Mr. Boone says is undeniable. It would be all but impossible to hide those lips with any form of disgust. Perhaps yes, but nevertheless, the mark around his cheek is equally undeniable. It's identical to the ones that Mr. De Rossi suffered. Yes, that's true. But why does this whole disgust idea just keep playing in my mind? So you say, but how can you be quite so certain? There's no need to hurt your hands on the desk, monsieur. Surely the reason is obvious, no? Because I have never before seen lips like this. Nonetheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Bone's neck. And it looks very much like that left behind the neck of your colleague by your prized collar. See words, it's like you tried to ruin my neck. Does look very much like my neck, so, huh? No, this is birthmark left. The biggest lips in London and a neck to die for, and they broke them out, and they made me. For the first time in my life, I feel lucky to have been born with red hair. And I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. So, you maintain that you've never seen this man before? I swear to it by the flames of my hair. So, fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it? Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those sleeps in a hurry, either. That's what I'm saying. For some reason, it makes me wanna eat. How did Fabian call it an eclair? You know, I've never seen the hair as black as yours before either. Likewise, I've never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain. See, maybe it's a national trait, huh? Maybe all the people from this man's country have grand lips? No lie, I was born right here on Fresno Street, and I've never left. That's the problem, sir. So you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Bond. Now, how many times do you want me to say it, huh? One more time. What did I miss here? So. Should I show this photo here? Okay, let's provide this photo. No? I'm wrong. Can I believe this? Okay. Oh, wait a second. No. He ran the room. That fellow was found. Let's see. Wait a second, what should I provide here? It's only changed his testimony, isn't it? Oh, my price not here. So what difference it makes? What difference makes? By the way, this bird line is also somehow important, no? Maybe. Smith notices. Received his post. All rights to Spain and South is correct. Steve. Indication are that the jailbreak plot was conceived out as a colleague's incarceration. Some power negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Right now it's not related. Okay, candelabra. Now how this is related? Definitely not related. Red herpes. So what? Revolver. Okay. Definitely it's related. Autopsy reports. Close range from the front. Floor plane. Why photo is not on this? Why it was here? Firecracker. Base photo. Pocket watch and inspector notification. Oh my god. Let me check everything one more time. So, this one. I definitely understand what's going on here, but what can I do with this testimonial? Let's see. It's not related. Why not this photo? I feel very perfect if they actually accept it, but okay. Okay, let's see the next one. I am all alone in the world. I have no keen for answer. Why would I vote? Okay, I should present it here in this case. Indeed, it was just wrong statement. Well, I know what to present, but usually I'm missing at what statement to show it. So this photo should be shown to the first statement on the third one. I'll have to kinfolk, as you put it. Then explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings, we found this photograph in the room. I presume, as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Well, Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are. But who's here was kinda obvious. Don't know, boss, what do you mean? I'm a peddler, I keep telling you so. You don't need to bother with me, it's just leave it alone. And the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson. How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No one of these guys could ever hide those unmissable features. But what if you were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean? Yes, Consul, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boon's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of elaborate disguise. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. How to pronounce this disguise? Disguise? No idea. Anyway, would you agree, Mr. Hugh Brown? Witness, are you still hiding the truth from this card? Yes, it's a disguise. Then, underneath it, his true identity must be... Yes, that's right. There's really only one person who would really be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boon's true identity to the court. Please, no. Very well then, Consul. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street? This one? I can check Google Translate, by the way, for this word. It's definitely pronounced, isn't it? So... These... Wait a second, dies? What? Just pronounce it very loudly. Disguise. You're on phone. By the way, on the phone you can set it to, well, in settings. Wait a second, where is it settings? I open my Twitch, here, and go to the upper right setting. You can find the low latency player at the very end. Indeed, low latency player. By default it's turned off, but you can turn it on and it will, the delay will be like 0, like 2 seconds maximum, I think. This guy, I already forgot how to pronounce it, these guys. Alright, let's press on it. Your own name is actually Mr. What was this? Metermon in Japanese. Isn't it Mr. Everyday Metermon? Don't recall that name, Console. Who is this Mr. Metermon? For me, in the past, when I turned it on, sometimes Steam is not working perfectly, but they fixed it recently, maybe. Its name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Sherlock Holmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. Because he was captured. The woman in this photograph, in fact, this is Mrs. Mitterman. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night you were being held captive by the two red-headed legal men. And last night you were put on by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial, because we had been led to believe that you, Miss Venus and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. In important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been able to return home, but also unable to contact your wife. She's been beside herself this morning, waiting for you at the Mittermon residence. Now just you hold a minute. You don't have the first idea what I'm talking about, really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is prove all this, these guys. Oh, please. Well, if bring soap, a sponge, and a washboard at once? Mr. De Rousseau, Mr. De Rossi, you will restrain the witness. What? My lord, say my words. Oh, wonderful. Oh, stop! Get off, please! Don't! And what about his mouth? Why his nose has changed? It's so long. Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume. How did he change the clothes? GG, it's already at the end? Lift your head, sir. Or the court can see your face. It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court. Have you seen this man before? I don't believe it, but... So there's no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park. Extraordinary. Not really. Long way, oh my god. On the day of the red-headed league enrollment. Well, I doubt that he is the killer. He can't be. No. He made so many mistakes. Around here will never do something like this. The man claiming to be Inspector Gregson, who appeared before Mr. De Rousseau, Mr. De Rossi in the park. Well, I can think about the motive easily and possibility. Yeah. Was you disguised as the inspector, or rather, was you posing as inspector in no disguise at all? Mr. Mittermont was formerly employed as the chief warder at Berkeley Prison. The chief warder? Then your career had promised why you would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing petting tattle on Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Mittermont worked at the prison. 10 years? I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true. Everyday Mittermont. And you were the chief warder at Berkeley Prison 10 years ago? So where did Mr. Hook Boom come from? Venice? The Ottoman. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently there's a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how rich my life has become. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment at Berkeley's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage, but times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at Silver's on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Berkeley Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. Scene of the very crime we investigated. Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squiggly peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. It quickly became my daily routine. Actually, the same was in Stephen King's novel, Heart in Atlantis or something. Was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room, but it explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons, and without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead you decided to conceal your occupation from them. Massachusetts Barnes here in the list. For 40 years old, he looks younger than any one of them. Yeah, he looks like 25. Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder of the prison. Very true. You have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment. It was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? It was some years after I invented Boone and began my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector, that is, recognized me one day. Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours? I knew him from my time working in the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. And then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him? We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit Moshe's tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietors. It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially. Scarlet Inspector willingly relinquished his identification into Yoke with intent to deceive? As I'm sure I need to point out, is a very serious criminal offense. But why? What's the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Nidramon, I need your solemn word. Don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up a croaker. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my Boone disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Well, it would seem this confession completely destroyed the defense case. Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asugen. My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered, at the hands of these two red-headed league men when they imprisoned the inspector. But no, that can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me. Goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it. Order! Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. It's proven somewhat ironically by the defense. Probably call an end to the cross-examination. But we need another testimony from him. Pardon me, my lords, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma. What question, Consul? It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago? The execution of a professor. Genshin Asagi. Well, Asagi Genshin. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Answer me, man. One moment, Consul. Is this related to the current case? Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. Does the defense concur, Consul? Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Kazuma-sama, no wonder he is acting this way. Still mid-Ramon memories of what happened 10 years ago. Do tell the tale of Asagi's Genshin last moments. His own father. I know, I do understand that, but even so... Prosecutor Asagi, do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me, please. Very well, then the defense has no objection. I see. In that case, you will answer the question with us. The truth is, I remember very little at that time. Forgotten? I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some particular reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? 10 years ago? Well, 10 years is a long time? Not for me. But to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job? Yes, you're right. And not only that. Mr. Metromon's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily, which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry? The human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories surface, and when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. But I really don't... Kazuma-sama. But if it must be crushed, then so be it, because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out one way or another. Or maybe 200 years later when nobody needs it. Right, now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth, at any cost. Perhaps if I point out the contradiction in what Mr. Mittermont claimed earlier, might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Which evidence? I have no idea how this is going to do. The note? Okay. But this is a court of law and I have a duty to pursue the truth. In these records, Mr. Mittermont, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events. Dismissal notice? I hope. Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role in the prison 10 years ago. Well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief warder of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. It's a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. Dismissal notice? And the name of the notice is yours, Mr. Mittermont. What? It's mine? So you didn't resign from the prison service at all? For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Berkeley. There's been some mistake, I'm sure. I'm sure tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it? If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Mittermont, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on 17th June 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Berkeley prison. 17th of June. Was that the professor's execution? Professor. Academic. As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life? In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave. gunshot rang out from over his shoulder. A gun that this prosecutor lost 10 years ago? And the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. And who is this? Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time. Wait a second, who do we have from 10 years before? So it's chicken before. Judge, strong cards, Ziggs himself. Him? Alright. Must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief ordered everyday midterm on. I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on 7th June, 10 years ago, and now it's time for you to drag them out. Mr. Mitterman? Yes, the whole prison. It was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Berkeley like a hurricane. What? Order! Do you mean to say, Mr. Mitterman, that your memories of the time have returned? It's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screens. My goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yes, Enoch Driver. But surely those reports were exaggerated. There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? In Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139, blood. Lots of blood. That's why the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. In reviewing the police records from that time extensively, a sole investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigation team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting that the prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom? Yes, and I was suspected of doing it, of using that mass murder execution as a way to help him escape. You did what? I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. Was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. Super fast now. I'm sorry, everything, this is a serious business. But I can't help you now. Ship warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution before, huh? Well, it seems the fellows at Scotland Yard want to have a few words with you about it. You better pack your things, later. You'd attend in person. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, The professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. and I let him escape. I finished. My life is over. Nice. What, he wanted to commit a suicide through this window or what? Order, Elif, fetch it doctor at once. Court is adjourned for the day with immediate effect. Well, the court is
ミテ
now.
ルモン氏は意識を失い、その日の審理は中断された。またしても呪いのように浮かび上がる殺人鬼の影。バンジークス卿、ミテルモン氏、アソーギ、そしてグレグソン刑事。
Yes, he definitely said Mittermon, but Zix was actually Jix, as I heard it, right? Lord One Jix?
彼らを縛り付ける重い鎖は過去からの闇を引きずっている。そこに光をもたらす奇跡はもうそこまで迫っていた。
And I'm out of water now. To be continued. What? Now it'll be investigation again? I don't know. Yeah, investigation part 2. I still can't quite believe what just happened. I know I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Mittermon was taken to hospital to recover. And next somebody will kill him? Very sad right now, but see you. Thank you for stopping by, of course. See you next time. Maybe tomorrow. And for me, it's like 1 hour and 30 minutes left till we need to end the stream. Because Kuluk will start streaming and I want to be on her stream at this time, in voice. I believe he's still at the work right now. Ten years ago now, Mr. Mittermon attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office, but ever since then he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secrets, not his family, not even the man himself, but I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? Of course not. Wrong? Oh, Iris. You were miles away. Anyway, I've brought a fresh pot of Susan tea for you. Thank you. You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Holmes is? When he came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he's disappeared. Yeah, see you. Bye. And have a good day. Oh, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave. Wonder how is it related to Count of Baskerville? Well, Professor was using this count, isn't it? I wonder if he is pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know that old school always saying, don't you? Yes, mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. Well, the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. What does it mean? He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. He just can't take his own advice and live well alone. So mysterious is too important to him. That's so true. But that's what I like about Homeschool after all. I suppose that's a lot of great detective in some ways. So then, let's have tea and then I'll give you a hint. Do you have time, Iris? Yes, I've finished this manuscript at last. It's barely a day to spare before the deadline. So looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Actually, I thought that they publishing it every single week, like a chapter, not the whole novel. You know, I always had... Oh, yeah, stories actually were short, so this manuscript is like just a short story. I always had Homeschool well in the days before I had have a deadline. You do? Oh, Mr. Holmes. I'm sure that's very wise, Alice. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue investigation. Like conversation? Midramon, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Holmes-kun yesterday? That's right. To ask Mr. Holmes if he would help you to find your missing husband. And Mr. Holmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Midramon had been taken to hospital? Do you know which one? Oh, it's St. Sinners. Again, I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. Well, he was to the closest one. But that's amazing, Runa. You found the lady's husband already. Well, I suppose I have by accident. 10 years ago, while Mr. Midramon was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No! So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Sometimes I really don't want to grow up. It's more for 10 years after that. While he was ostensibly working as a peddler, also had another secret job. Okay, definitely this governor of the prison also related to this case. Simply don't like that he didn't take the responsibility and moved everything to this everyday. Never a good manager will do something like this. Okay, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in to impersonate the inspector. Impersonate Grexy? But why? I have absolutely no idea. She was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Runa. He paid anyone to impersonate me. It means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, so I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Midramon, don't you? But to St. Sinners, then. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord 1-6 has to be innocent, you see? What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out just by examining the corpse, surely? Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious. There's still an unanswered question about Lord 1-6, though, aren't there? How do you mean? I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street the day in the first place? Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? And it turns out that little room was actually in the inspector's secret office. It sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot. But then, why was that notice board in there, covered in all those particular papers? I suppose cases with a link to the Ripper? Starting to get a bad feeling about all this. Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish. I must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. And now I imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements. Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the red-headed leak the day before his death. Means was doing the same as Holmescombe? Well, Mr. Holmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be an investigator. I do wish it had been the other way around. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the red-headed leak that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Mitterman in possession, now I have no tea now, of Gregson's investigation. Okay, maybe in 10 minutes I will go and make some tea. You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Why? Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. But why would Gregson need an alibi? It would appear that the inspector had something to do with that he wished to keep secret. Don't believe it. Okay, he was trying to be at the meeting in this room with someone else, the real Reaper. Not Lord Nonsense. Or Jinx. What's that name in Japanese? Jigs? I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. Perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. Vinegar? Oh yeah. Then perhaps we should try to move away from wood analogues. Well, anyway, in Lord 1-6 felt the need to investigate Gregson. Yes, I agree, we must try to find out what he knows. So, how did it go in court this morning? Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's incredibly clear. Lord 1-6 definitely didn't do it. Good. Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Really? And there was another development too. Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I know, I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound, the way he was chasing down Mr. Middleton's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what's going through. Well, I think it's clear that we need to do it, isn't it? Let's us investigate, my dear fellows. Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Watson shooting iron will soon set them straight. Water pistol? It's suffered full of a piping hot extra special blend of mine. Then I'm quite sure it will be very effective. But be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Holmes is nowhere to be seen, but still, let's go and see what we can find out. Yes. Yes. So, move. Can I go to the hotel? Not to the office? Yeah. Oh, wait a second, there's no one here. Yet. There must be the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Tendency to jump from windows. Remember to place caution at base of all outside. Let me story up from the ground here. Oh there, poor Mr. Metronome. I have feelings that there's a better solution to the problem than a caution, though. Finding something you lost isn't always a happy experience, it turns out. Seeing the truth can be a very dark business sometimes, can't it? Yes, I'm afraid it can. But he's not here. So let's move. I said move! Is there anything new? But everything is here. Alright, let's move to the prison. Kuluk01's is written. Look. It doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? But he must have noticed that we are here, surely. What do you Nipponese want? There's no way to greet the lord who is trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Perhaps not. I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? Kuluk01's, speaking earnestly. All the folk will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. This does feel very, very strange. I didn't see the folk in London when I was here. Must say, I was impressed. Well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see, yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, it's so long then, for the Nipponese to be entirely at mercy of the two of you. I suppose. It's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? Kazuma, isn't it? Asogi Kazuma. You see he's a friend of yours. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities, and I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father, Asagi Genshin, the professor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, and war. At that time, still happening right now. But they become more clever. In many ways, Asagi was carving out a clunker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. Hello anyway, Raba. And by the way, Kuluk should be streaming Police Notes today in 1 hour and 30 minutes, approximately. I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Kuluk01's was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did the damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? Because it wasn't him. In spite of having once saved mine. He saved your life? How did that happen? It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic throughout the capital. So Kuluk01's had already been killed at this point and Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a view. You're coming with us! We're surrounded. Always our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scars. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. It's been tracked several times before already. Yes, 1-6 alright, we got him. It held them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me, but just when I thought my time had come. If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Asagi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Tension lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. And it's Starlight Pumpkins. Hello there, Starlight Ziddy. Thank you for the raid, of course. He shot him. 2 days later, they arrested him on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor. How awful for you. All at once, I lost a brother award and the foreign friends I held in such high regard. Hello, Starlight. I'm so sorry, Lord 1-6. So, did you finally achieve something in the speedrunning? You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Ripper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crimes that took place in London. Keeping quiet and playing the parts benefits a cause I myself am committed to pursue. Then why would I choose to say anything? The henchman of a criminal killed by the Ripper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him, or rather, expose their organization? This organization? It's a organization? It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, because he's part of your team, isn't it? It can be judged himself, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. Someone that can't mean? And hello, Wormwood. You checking out the Zero Escape? I plan to stream it? It's taken me many years, but I finally identified that central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson. What? You identified him? Actually... That's very strange. No? It can't be Gregson. I think the opposite, he was also trying to figure it out himself. That's why he was killed. I need to check this time in this case. But I have a chance. Gregson, the Reaper? Sadly today, in 1 hour I'll be on other streams, like myself online. Gregson's secrets. But only today. So, the reason you were instigating Inspector Gregson is because you tended to expose him as a Reaper. As I said, the Reaper of the Valley is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of this organization. Don't believe it. Are you saying that Grexia, that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting there? Gregson didn't do that dirty work himself. He was the tactician. His job was to calmly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi, fear. Here's where Mr. What was his name again? Mitterman came in, posing as the inspector. Mitterman knows nothing of the Ripper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then? Actually, I do have a name. You what? But if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then. Or, if I can name the woman, Dr. Shizo. She is a young woman by the name of Assassin, but she already dead. Wait, what? Shin? Miss Assassin. The true name of terrifying killer I know only too well. She came to Japan, posing as a resident student and murdered Dr. John H. Watson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction. Me, of course. The mysterious one and the first novel that, well, actually, first time I heard about Sherlock Holmes when I was around 4 or 5 years old and turned on the radio, and there was, well, somebody was reading an audiobook about Baskerville Hound. It was very terrified, and next I actually read this novel, it was super terrifying about this, it was real horror. Well, that's what happened when you read Sherlock Holmes at 4 years old. The mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? That's why it stopped all these deaths. Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Watson because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father. That's a shame. I should let father know at once. Yes, I agree. That's the end of my miserable tale. Never thought I recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper. In assassinations, orders to Giselle Brett. Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure Garant will want to hear about this new information. Means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hurrah! Yes, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. But I didn't finish it. Oh, no, I finished already everything. Let's move. Well, to the hotel. I saw it yesterday, and I think it again today. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow too. The tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here now. What do you say? Look who we have here. This unexpected pleasure. Father, is this your daddy Susie? How lovely! What a charming young lady! And you are... Oh, really? So you're the author of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, are you? That's me, Iris Watson, at your service, sir. She's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know. Well, Miss Watson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest. Iris actually lives with Mr. Holmes, you know, Father. Is it so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look at your eyes. You wouldn't be smiling so early if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery after I twisted some arms. And I must say it was a truly exemplary performance. Well, thank you very much. Also, I'm fairly sure you omitted by customer on the answer. No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Really? You didn't miss a step against Asagi, and we all know how capable he is. Very to have matured into such a fine defense lore in less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so, and really nice to hear. But I saw in court today confirmed what I've been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo, I trust you haven't forgotten? No, you did mention something, didn't you? Forgot this as well. Of course, we have something to report, Father. Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters, Father? I wonder where Judge Jigoku has got to. The favor? Who was it? So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me. Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. You want me to do what? Father, what's the meaning of this? Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how the courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense. You mean? The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer, as soon as possible. Very quite urgently, in fact. But I've not even been in London a year yet. I read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents, and having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs. So, you believe in Senruna? What then? What am I supposed to do, Father? We came here to serve as Asagi's judicial assistant. She'll become prosecutor? Well, oh yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. The government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation, so... You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment in this matter also. Father, please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand? I hope you are honest, but I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes. Yes, alright. You won't leave, will you, Runo? The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so where does it leave me? Alright. What about Judge? Haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while, have you? Guilty. But that guilty is still ringing in my ears. No, now you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. Don't tell me that he was killed now. I suppose, since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore at the Great Exhibition. It reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself. Oh yes, it was all tied up with that cursed trial. The close trial of Kazuma's father. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. Why? He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. But yeah, also it's currently easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was alright in the end. He was acquainted and we returned home to Japan together. Thank goodness. Oh yes, talking of Seishiro. I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday, please. I will use it. In the court. What a lovely picture. I wonder why. Sunday seems to shout. We arrived in Britain. Why will I need it? None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did you? What I will see in this picture. Wait, now? I see nothing. Alright. No, that's so true. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey? I heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was visiting a student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. But he didn't appear until after that case when the resident students had already returned home. 116 was in the dock today. It was Barak, the younger brother of Clean 16, I believe. That's right, and he is known throughout London and the Reaper, as you heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all of those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else. I see. So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here. Exactly. Someone by the name of Asa Shin, in fact. I beg your pardon? Did you say Asa Shin? You mean that Giselle-bred woman who was responsible for killing my great friend? A friend of yours was killed? Professor Mikatoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Watson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. Just remember something. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits. It was rather out of the blue. She's doing this deliberately. I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh yes. You just try to leave me behind. So, that young girl is called Iris Watson, is she? Yes, that's right. And she's the author of all those adventure stories, starring the great detective Holmes. By the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Watson. Yes, I know, that's the name of your father, you see? Your father? Dr. John H. Watson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was to reciprocate and invite him to St. Imperial University 4 years ago. But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why would the head of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Watson, was your father. Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. So it could have been another Dr. Watson, you think? Really? Well, John and Watson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yes. We are back with cinnamon biscuits. They smell delicious, Iris. I think cinnamon will go very well with that tea as they serve here, don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. Well, if you excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with information about assassin. Of course, father. Thank you. I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Watson. Good, and please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? I'd love to entertain you. I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Going back home? Looks like this will happen. You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. Sure, he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. Yes, no doubt. Assassin. Of course, it's so obvious. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Mr. Holmes, what's going on? Where have you been? Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. I didn't notice you at all. No matter anyway, two more pressing concerns, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It's a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust us? Quickly now, who? Well, my father has just now left and sent a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself. I see. It's too late already for him? Well, he looked reliable enough for a boarded fellow. I don't think what father suppose could be considered a bird, Mr. Holmes. There's no moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this is sent. Will, but what is it? Thank you for the coin, Spaghetti 2. No questions this time, if you please, Miss Susudao. All we can do is pray that for once, maybe the deduction is hurry. Doesn't that imply that your deduction are normally correct, Mr. Holmes? She isn't exactly now then. You may be surprised to learn that I'm a very busy man. Suddenly have no time to hide behind cities and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. So that's what joining us for tea meant. I leave the send of this in your hands then, my dear fellows. And what is this? Wait a minute, Mr. Holmes. Just sort of run off, didn't he? at quite a pace, and left the unpaid bill for his tea behind too. Must catch up with his father at the telegraph office at once, and I'll run and call us a cab straight away. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Holmes' bill. Okay, I can only move now to where? Well, I'll check this place one more time. There's a word where Mr. Mittermon was brought, apparently. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. The lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Mittermon? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. So sorry to have caused you to, just because of me. I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you'd obviously tried to forget. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago too. Just missed him. Kazuma beat us to it. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please don't think like that. Given from... What was her name? Anna, by the way. Why Anna was changed to Amy, I don't know. My wife. All these years. I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, obviously I came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? Looking back though, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. He compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Mittermon all along then. I'm sure this is just the search for 10 years of lies and deception, but it wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it's true. Mr. Mittermon, I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? I want to. I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Obviously, you knew the man then. The professor, Asagi Genshin. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After the trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. So was the chief warder, who saw his short stay in their cells until his final hour. Am I being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience? What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. Following day, the close trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something. Something unusual. Something unusual? What? The last will and testament of Asagi Genshin. What? As I said, it was on the night following his trial after he had been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asagi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. His last will and testament, then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is near? Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Asagi's incarceration, you see? What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really? Sloan his things? It's unusual, certainly. Of course, he had been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy. But at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The power sets beware determined that his final days should be needlessly uncomfortable. And what was the exception you mentioned? The personal facts he was allowed? That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper. So he was prevented from leaving any written records of what had happened to him? Yes. It was the long and the short of it. No idea where he obtained that paper. The writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and then he pleaded with me. Or did you just hide behind your back? Please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's sinned. If you just agree to keep quiet. Alright, son? But what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. How can a will be a weapon? So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seems to vanish without trace. What? What do you mean, it vanished? It seems that isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. It was the only person who saw Asagi's will, but I was. But somehow it disappeared. It was after Asagi's execution, which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. The board was gathered up Asagi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. The poor Kazuma's, wait a second, so this will may be inside of the katana and still here, with Kazuma. And you said that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean. That's right, though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor, what was his name? Barricade was livid. He was screaming. By the way, I didn't check every single translation of every single name here. So sometimes, like this, Eber, someone I don't know what was his Japanese version. Anyway, was screaming. It kinda have disappeared completely. That doesn't quite make sense, though, does it? In what way? Well, it understood that only Mr. Mittermoon was aware of the wheel's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it? Yes, you're right. I really don't know how he knew. But it certainly seems as though he knew of the wheel's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a wheel. What he said was the Asagi Papers. The Asagi Papers? I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. Your dismissal and the way you blocked it all from your memory. Forgotten all this until today. Don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Okay, if Burkett is guilty for something, why he gave us the records? I have no idea. Is it good or bad? Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing with us, Mr. Mittermoon. We're very grateful. It was at midnight on 7th June 10 years ago. Was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to affect the plan of escape. How can you dare to imagine what the chilling planet was? It was announced for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole, something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. One the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict. The body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in the Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison. The chief warder just had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no members of staff was permitted to touch the coffins containing the body again. When the executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. To wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once they had that confirmation, and went into the mortuary and find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork, having checked the coffins and nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. I didn't think anything of it at the time, since that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So you mean the coffin contained... Yes, I can only imagine that Asugi, who escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Assuming there wouldn't have been enough air inside to brace for long. So in the earlier hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say is suddenly are two things. Asagi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Tales of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. I pretend to be the inspector and carry out the investigation on his behalf. No way, a common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was the hell. So that's what you were doing the day prior to the incident? Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street, the Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence. Think you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters. Okay, so if he was constantly going here, there was no reason for Gregson to put the note that he'll be here at 5 PM. This note was left by someone else. Yes. So you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud. That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes? Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. The good one, though. And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. So to return the inspector's identification to you, however. I arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. The wife, Anna, will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all, thank you again. But what will become of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. Mentions that once I'm fully recovered, she'll be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Mitterman. What? Here you go. There's just one thing. Yes, what is it? The Asagi papers. I'd be very grateful if you make no mention of these things I told you about them. Simply for some good reason? It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remember it, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I understand, but you cannot promise that you will hide it. Some sort of will that Asagi Genshin penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about a document that Kazuma's father left behind, it would be Mr. Mittermann's gardener. So we know precisely when we must go back to Berkeley prison. Let's go. Berkeley prison, not this one. Well, his office. Is it the same prison? I don't know. Gosh, back again, are you? Yes, hello. Heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now. You found him, huh? Neither one. Yes, likely. Well, anyhow. The link does not work here no more, so your case is not to do with Berkeley. I would like you to get the wrong idea about that. Of course, yes. Mr. Metramon stopped working here 10 years ago now, so... Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? It was given the job. Timur, you can very well. So how about Kung Fu biscuit? So really I like little handcuffs? And as hard as irons too. So, spot you on here today. Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. Is it so? I believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Asagi Genshin's cell. I think it's been called the Asagi Papers or something. But I know, Sam, Gregson death is not to do with things that might have happened at Berkeley. Leave the past in the past, lady. Let's not fool about with irrelevant details. Especially change completely. We're clearly onto something here. So, papers? How do you come to can about that, lady? There's so many folk, even here in the prison, who've heard of those papers. Well, can tell him, Mr. Mittermont told me. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? The professors, or rather, Asagi Genshins. Welcome back, Venom. For me, like 25 minutes left. Still on this episode. That's right, you well informed, Jimmy. Or is it the end of the silent treatment? But then after the convinced execution, mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Yes, no, you over the half cocked there. Think you don't quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell exactly where it should have been. Not what we heard elsewhere. Let me just have a wee walk around here. I'm sure you can find it. I think it will be a fake one. But of course. Here... see? Wait a second, if you will fake one, you cannot write it in Japanese. And it's in Japanese or English. It's last will and testament of Asagi Genshin, written with a calligraphy brush. In this case, it's his will. So how it was missing? There were two wills, maybe? Because I cannot read a word of those Japanese... What? Squiggles? Command it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland. Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. So, these are the Asagi papers. Of course they are. Papers written by Asagi. No doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. So all the skirmish of that slayster of an execution. We sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it. I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case. Really? One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. Prefer it if you do make no mention of them outside this office, or rather... would just prefer it, consider it an order from the highest level of our government. I understand. In this case, don't leave it with me, with these papers. Last will testament of Asagi Genshin. I, Asagi Genshin, humbly request that after my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging. By the way, if they actually already localizing it. This is written in Japanese, Asagi must go first and next Genshin. He cannot write it differently. If he wrote it differently, this should be like some kind of clue or something. Because what's the point in doing this? Material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Asagi Kazuma, in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again. I regret nothing about my chosen path. Okay, nothing special as I can say. It's murderous, botched execution, and the whole miserable escape. The way Merkley's darkest hour, a shocking embarrassment. Because the comic had a collaboration on the prison stuff, you mean? Aye, for shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Shizo, and my chief warder at the time, Mittermont, who was in charge of the whole affair. But Mr. Mittermont says he didn't know anything about it. The rascal wouldn't say otherwise, huh? More handcuffs? How could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet. Mr. Mittermont has handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened. By the way, about iron, I figured out that they added iron into cereal and they added the real iron, not the ones that you must consume to be part of the body, etc. He was so desperate, he jumped out of your office window, didn't he? I don't like to say, but that's just Mittermont trying to get out of it. Do you not think we would have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed, huh? I do. I'm not saying the otherwise though, would you? Of course, I cannot shun all responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. You like a zombie right now? Actually, the same will happen to me tomorrow. If Kuluk will really be streaming today. Actually, there's barely anybody that cares what went on at the time now. Is Gregson having been murdered and Dr. Shizzle forbidden from having any visitors? No visitors? Someone obviously doesn't want you giving anything away. Well, you're not going home empty-handed. And I would dream of sending you taking this nut. Here, take a handcuff too. But it would be rude to say no, wouldn't want to become anemic. Suppose, if there's anybody who might still about what happened back then, it being that last from the forensic division, Maria Gore. Maria Gore? She's daughter. She didn't have no more, just the one. But the way your brains followed in her mom's footstep, didn't ever see her without a scalpel in her hand. Oh, what is it? Where did she spring from? And did she just call the Dr. Mama? Dr. Shizu's daughter, Maria Gore. Why she has different last name? She her daughter. Let's see what was her variant in Japanese language. Where's my list? And Maria Something. So, her name... Maria? What? Her name is really Maria, but last name is... Go... Lo... Ni? Golani? Gori. Golani. Well, almost the same. Anyway. Lori Salgori. Could do with talking to her. So, she's Dr. Shizu's daughter, but her surname is Gori. Hmm? Plans got chance shows? So you're able to watch the stream? Well, there's like 20 minutes of it left. Ah, there's some family history, I'm sure, but I don't know the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mom working with the bodies of folk who died in strange circumstances. And decided to do the same with her own life. Can I understand it myself? Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother. Perhaps, anyhow, she was in charge of Exxon's autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. Someone told me once that the Mia Lassie always loved her mom's stories about cutting up bodies. It's even rumors that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby. Well, then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago. I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us. We really need to speak to Miss Goria herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. I'm not happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor's business. Can you not give up on this, lady? Stop asking pointless questions. I'm more than sure that Londoners would like to know more about this case. But not you. I'm sorry, I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. Can you not just stay away now? Leave me alone and then I come back here, huh? Okay, there's nothing here. Second scene. Well, let's move to... What am I supposed to know? Wait a second, I cannot... Where can I find you? He didn't say where. I don't know, let's... Let's check everything one by one. So, I was here, he's just sitting here. Nothing special about it. Now, street room. There's also nothing special about it. It's nothing new to examine, isn't it? Except I can check this board. The details of cases stretching back over 10 years on this non-stress board. There's a history of Lord 1-6 defeats in court. I think that's an appropriate description. Also, when we consider everything on the board, it's only true. All these people had a background of dubious dealings. And in the end, of course, the board itself concealed the inspector's own death. Oh my, it really doesn't bear thinking about. And that's all. The photograph of Mrs. Mitterman. Raising the identity of this lady was a very great clue to exposing Mr. Gossip's true identity. He obviously loves his wife very dearly, which is why he felt he couldn't tell her the truth. Transformation was incredible, wasn't it? Just from that big twisted lip. Yes, he went to extraordinary efforts to play the part of Will Boone convincingly. Also, it didn't really seem like it was much of an effort to me. Now you say it, I have to agree. Small as if that was Mr. Dermont's true character. You really are very hard to fathom at times. Okay, that's nothing new. Well, first of all, I want to check something else. Nothing. Well, I was here already, just now. Maybe I should present something. There's nothing at all here. What is he doing here? Again. No arguments, Prosecutor Asugi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is it clear? Perfectly. Сказал-сама. The final one, Strongheart. By the sound of it, I knew they know when to back down. On your way now, Asugi, my lord. Kazuma. He left without saying a word. Yes, what are you doing here? I was just hoping to ask you a few questions if you wouldn't mind. I wanted 1-6 trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Asugi and welcome inquirers are going to make it take longer than necessary. Welcome inquiries? As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 45 minutes and 41 seconds for the 2 for the 3. Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Mercado. In America, it's not even 5 minutes. Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. Close the trial. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So the last one was the professors? The trial of Asugi Genshin? Correct. Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute the trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. 1-6 entered me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are 10 years later, with the son of the man 1-6 had condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. They do say that what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ultra motive as well. Kazuma is, like my organization to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single clock being out of step with the others. Since that's what all this girls about in here. If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps. What do you mean? Not something with which you need to concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Does Prosecutor Asugi believe that Lord 1-6 is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful closed trial, that Lord 1-6 made a name for himself among the judiciary. Wait a second, his watch is totally the same as... no, this one? I'm not sure. But the next trial he fought, he lost. When the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. But it's awful. The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days. Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe. Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Valley. And people believed Kuluk01's was responsible. He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. So he must have had a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences. Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial, and the impact that the revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. Is it why it's a closer trial? Precisely. Well, it's good that there will be no jury still. So what? Now I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. Why, that is a long time. And I hope you're entirely responsible. And so, we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes? I wonder if you might agree to us on talking with Prosecutor Asugi. Discussion between the defense and the prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go, you can find him in his office. Thank you. His office? Well, 1-6 office, maybe. Let's go to see him at office, Mr. Okada, or something different. Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not as all sure I know how to talk to him in the moment. Where is this office? Totally the same, isn't it? Now what? So this is the office of Prosecutor Asugi now, is it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor Japanese style in the dark corner, he's happy to sit in the style whenever he's working. Standing. Kazuma. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me visits, Ryonsuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry. Did you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer? Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. Just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly releasing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you. And I'm truly thankful to you, judicial assistant Mikatoba. Ryonsuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisaged it, maybe, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I learned a lot of things during my time in London about how Sato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, home with Judge Jigoko, and about what happened with your father. Then you'll have no difficulty understanding. I had no choice but to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Shiransuke Naruhodo. By the way, I wanna check this. What's it's a scale model of the crime scene. Yes, release it. Not the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every single case? Apparently so. Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice work is my work. Unless you enjoyed making that. Can I present you this last meal? No? I can't show him anything. Alright, let's speak to him. About trial. What you learned today in court turns things completely on their head. That's an impressive piece of lawyering, Shiransuke Naruhodo. But 1-6 isn't the Reaper, you know? I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was... It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. What? You mean you knew? So he is? The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Yes? Baramax, this is the real level? What? Definitely not him. And I know that 10 years ago it was him. And okay, if he's the Reaper, what's the point of him to kill him? To kill this Inspector, who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave. He was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame. Alternatively, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. Kazuma. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. Alright, by the way, it's 10 o'clock, but I did finish, will finish him with him. Let me check one thing. Well, definitely I see who I will rate for sure, I think. Alright, but let's finish this conversation. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream. Mark my words, Shiransuke, I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. Is he really dead now? What if it happens that he's still alive? Well, doubt. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home because the one who was killed, the man, was in the mask. So we don't know for sure that Professor was killed, because what's the point of wearing a mask? Except hiding the identity who was killed at the graveyard. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susato-san. Why? Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at UMA before I went his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he had told me. Then one day a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed I asked your name. Oh no. As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If, however, it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. Imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't burn their resentment was always going to be a problem. But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing? There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree. Now, what did my father have to say about the letter? I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. Why not? Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. It couldn't have been easy for him. He'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoro, to the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his pose. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the state of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Asagi Genshin. I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way. Kazuma-sama. And the last one, you disappeared? It's getting on for a year now since what happened on the SS Burial. We were heading across the ocean from Japan to Great Britain, when a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I woke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room, there was a pose of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes, I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something you have to do. Something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship and we were docked in large port. Must have been Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been, presumably just before they were due to carry your body over the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan on my onward journey to Great Britain. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sign, that sound, that smells. Did he know Chinese? My heart reeled. I was truly at a loss. He announced that I'd escaped as a dead man. It's nothing but the closest to my back. No money, of course. How terrifying for you. Luckily though, I had two feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right, and on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. This had been some 3 months ago now. Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name, but he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why it moved heaven and earth to get here at some point. So, how did it end up becoming Lord Manzik's apprentice then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard, and by sheer coincidence, Lord Stronker was there to attend a meeting. It's when the second feather in my cap came into play. Would that have been your knowledge of the law? Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. Took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then, 9 days ago, finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber. Yes, I did. And that is all? Sadly, I cannot show him anything. Okay, I think it will be done for the day. Despite that Kuluk is not here, I will definitely stop it for now. We'll definitely continue tomorrow. Because I need to do some other things. And tomorrow, well, I'll start maybe, I don't know, 6 or 7 PM Central Time. Approximately like today. And of course I need to raid, and I will be raiding of course Wormwood, because he's playing my request. Another visual novel with like puzzles and other stuff in it. That I definitely recommend. If you Venom didn't play it, you must play it, because it's as much interesting as Ace Attorney. And you have more things to do in it, not just sitting in the court and selecting the answers. Well, the first game is super easy, the second ambitious hard. Alright, here it is. Kuluk is watching the stream, you want to say? Well? Or not? Oh yeah, he is here. Anyway, I will go to his stream as soon as he started streaming. And obviously I must rate Wormwood. So, yeah. Thank you for stopping by, Venom, Anime Rabas. Thank you for starting for the raid. And Anime Rabas, I believe we'll meet on Kuluk's stream today. Just maybe 1 hour later, 30 minutes, who knows. And see you bye. Tomorrow, of course. Maybe 2 more streams. I think 2 more to finish it. End it. See you, bye. Good luck.